she was so well known in Wichita at a time that people would constantly stop her on the street when she was trying to get from one place to another, and her refrain of her kids was, "Mama, do we ever get where we're going?" So sort of a local celebrity. And so this really suggests the existence of a really vital, vibrant, live blues scene in Wichita. Is part of what I'm approaching here an issue of social segregation, and can you comment a little bit on that, but also on mixing and whatnot in the blues scene, because as you said, there's a vital kind of a white blues tradition that's emerged more recently too.
Well, I can just guess about the latter point because I don't go to clubs anymore. It's too loud. I have to protect your hearing. Anytime you hear loud live music, wear earplugs. I'm telling you. But getting to Miss Blues, she asked B.B. King if she could use that name. He said, "Well, Dinah Washington is dead, so you can use it." I also told her, "Don't play an instrument. You'll have to join a union. Just sing." So that she saw him down in Oklahoma. When she performed, she changed gowns mid performance. She would play and change a gown, come back out. So she was a show person, a show woman. Her sister was Aunt Cat, Catherine Smith. Between Catherine Smith and Aunt Cat and Uncle Bob, they booked bands all around Kansas. They would rent a hall, and they played up here in Topeka. They played in Junction City a lot. That was their biggest place because of the Army base nearby, Fort Riley. And those two people did a lot, but then they made a lot of money off the musician. I talked to Ramona, and she said, "Yeah, we'd get fined if we were late for rehearsal." I said, "Your own sister would fine you?" "Yeah."
You mentioned Junction City, and that's interesting. That comes up in a couple of interviews. One of your sources, I don't remember who said, we go to Junction City, and I didn't like it there because we only ever went to Whore's Alley, or Whore Alley, which was not a term that, having grown up in Kansas, I was familiar with. I guess I'm proud to say, from Junction City. But this got me thinking while reading your book about Elijah's book and how the connection between bawdy houses, disreputable
But particularly if you're talking about sexual material, I would say the gender gap is even more serious. And the fact that all of the collecting is being done by men means there's a huge body of conversation, folklore, everything that is not getting preserved. And it creates the illusion that men are talking about sex all the time and women never talk about that, when in fact what we're getting is who will talk to male folklorists and about what. And in the case of blues in particular, in black communities, blues has always been principally sung for a female audience. That's one of the big racial differences. It's sort of thought of as boy music in white communities. But right today, if you go to a blues concert where 90% of the audience is black, 80% of it will be female. And that has always been true. And in the days of the red light districts, the period I was writing about, blues was particularly what was played after hours for the women after they got off work. The obscene material that Jellicoe Morton is singing was not to entertain the customers. It was to entertain the sex workers after they got off work. And as a result, it is not erotic in the sense we used to. It is often graphic, it is often funny, but it finds nothing romantic or exciting about that stuff. It's messy, as is the reality. And that was part of what fascinated me about it, because I mean the cowboy lore, the sailor lore, all of that, the dirty songs are all like the dirty jokes that those of us who have been 14-year-old boys remember. But the Jellicoe Morton stuff is very, very different from that, because it was written for grown-up women.
Patrick, I listened to some Jesse Anderson recordings that I found on YouTube and some Willie Wright and the Sparklers, just sort of inspired by his accounts. And he's so good. He's such a good vocalist, and those are such good tracks. And I came away from it thinking, here's someone who could very easily, with his talent and experience, have been a star, who is not a household name, never became one. I didn't sense in the interviews a lot of kind of could have been a contender bitterness, Did you pick up much of that, or were they more sort of sanguine, and what do you attribute that?
Well, a lot of them had what they would call their big chance, like the bass player, Arthur Bates, if my memory serves me well, it's fading. It's fading. I'm on to another project. I don't know how you keep everything straight.
I know.
I mean, come on. But, because you've written so many books, each one bigger than the next, or bigger than the last. Anyway, and back to my question and answer. Arthur said he had a big chance to play, he played stand-up bass in a band, a big band, in the 40s, until he got his greetings. And what would the greetings be? The draft board.
Yeah.
The draft board. And he said, that's what I call my big chance. And just about all of them had that in one way or another. But they weren't bitter about it. They were philosophical. They were really good people. Musicians are good people, in my estimation. Most of them.
Right outside this building, I ran into Marty Hillard, who's a friend of mine, a musician, among whose influences are hip-hop, and he's a real hip-hop scholar. And I said, what can you tell me about Breaking Atoms, the album by Main Source from the early 1990s? He said, it's a classic, it's an absolute classic. And I said, I just learned from this book, Wichita Blues, and then following a little thread connected to it myself, that Jesse Anderson recorded a Curtis Mayfield track in 1970, an instrumental track called Mighty Mighty, that contributed the key sample to the opening track on Main Source's album Breaking Atoms, which is now this cult
everybody would rather be known as a musician.
Patrick, some of your sources said that how a record is labeled would depend on how sold. If I'm remembering correctly, that if it sold 100,000 copies, it was no longer blues, it was now rhythm and blues or something like that. Yeah.
Jesse Anderson said that.
Jesse said that too.
Yeah, no, blues, since pretty much the 1920s, blues has been the label for black music that didn't sell well enough to be called something else. I mean, Etta James is a blues singer, Aretha Franklin is a soul singer. The only difference is the sales figures.
Well, I have 27 more questions, but we have 15 more minutes, so why don't I turn it over to you all. Do you have questions for Elijah or for Patrick? Go ahead.
I grew up in Hoisington, Central Kansas, and went to school at KU, and I just say that because of the influences of Kansan culture. And I know a lot about Kansas, very little about the blues. And my question is, how much do you see blues driven by or fueled by oppression?
Was that question audible? Was that question audible to everybody? The question was, how much do you see the blues as fueled by oppression?
That's a hard one. I mean, by and large, being a musician is not an easy way to make a living, or to make a good living. By and large, music comes out of communities of people for whom that seems like they have a better chance if they go into that. It's like sports. It's people who are reaching for essentially a lottery ticket, because the regular work available to them is so ghastly. So in that sense, yeah, sure. In terms of, does the music itself come out of oppression? I think obviously, blues talks about that among other things. But overwhelmingly, the sadness in blues is the sadness in country music. It's my baby done me wrong, and my baby left me. And, there's an awful lot of happy blues. It's party music. And one of the things I emphasize is there are an awful lot of lines in blues that white people will listen to and think, oh my God, that's so sad, that's so violent, that's so this, that's so that, which if you sing it, if a black man sings it in a black club, people laugh. It's like hip hop. The number of white people who didn't understand that NWA Straight Outta Compton was a comedy record. You were reading all these things, it's like, Fuck the Police is a really funny song. Whatever else it may be, it's a really funny song. And blues, again, the continuities. I regularly have people say, why are young black people not listening to blues? It's like, they are. They call it rap or, what's Beyonce if not a blues singer?
Yeah, that's great.
Ditto.
Let me just quickly append a question to that, because often you hear this narrative that when a blues singer is singing about my baby that left me, what that blues singer means is my levee boss is being cruel to me, or my section band leader is being cruel to me, or something that I can't sing explicitly, and so I have to sing a coded version of it. I have to sublimate this anger at oppression into something else. Is that overstated in your opinion, Elijah? Is that kind of a narrative that white?
I haven't heard that much. Yeah, no, I haven't heard that much. Obviously, we're all constantly sublimating all kinds of things all the goddamn time. This is nothing unique to black field work.
Okay.
But they demonstrated in song and poetically with song that is very powerful. The blues is very powerful. It is among born from slavery, and it just kept rolling through the 20th century. When I was a hippie, I had the blues because I was singled out, told to leave town. Leave Wichita, get out of town, we don't want you here. And this is my own family. No, I'm just kidding, the last part. The police stopped me. The police stopped me on the streets in, 66, 67. I said, we don't want you here. Hike. So, it still resonates today, and that's why we're talking about the blues.
Other questions? Yes.
Well, there seem to be so many threads, including the Depression, that lead to the music that we hear today, including the Great Migration of black from the South into Chicago and Detroit, which in the evolution of that, what we have is the Chicago blues, the church blues from the singer Aretha, and of course Gator Records. On top of that, there's also the Harlem Renaissance that we hear from the third and fourth. And still the subtext of that, I think, are the Delta blues that contributed to that and then to the rest of it. There's just so many threads there that it's impossible to say it's just one thing that led to the blues that we love today.
Well, to just jump in for a second there, Delta blues is a much misunderstood world. The reason Delta had a specific sound is that was land that was not settled until the 20th century. It's not an old sound. What made Delta blues so distinctive was that it was a bunch of new young people who had moved into this area and they were no older people. So whereas somewhere like the Carolinas, blues singers were still doing a lot of ragtime because there were a lot of older people. In the Delta, there wasn't that older substrate wasn't there, so they were playing this more modern sound. I have to say also the Great Migration, we have a tendency to keep talking about black people going north to Chicago and black people going north to Detroit. Where black people were mostly going was off the goddamn plantations to almost anywhere. And there was more migration within the South than from the South in most periods. And they were going, for example, to Wichita. They were going to Dallas. They were going to Los Angeles. Again, there's the romanticization. We hear about Chicago blues over and over and over because the white kids of the Rolling Stones generation wanted that sound. But Los Angeles, by the 1940s, was a much, much more important blues center than Chicago. What was different about Chicago was that it was a backwater, so that people like Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf were popular there, whereas out in the big world, Charles Brown, Louis Jordan, or all sorts of other people, most of them working off the West Coast, were the blues stars. And we still have this today. You have to. There's a lot of romanticism. There's a lot of wanting the blues to be the music of the black down-and-out guy on the ragged front porch. And Little Milton, as he said to me, blues, he said, you can smell nice and wear good clothes and have the blues. He said, rich men leave rich women all the time. Rich women leave rich men. Educated women leave educated men. It doesn't have to be all down and out.
Yes.
I was just in Clarksdale in June, and I didn't know a lot about this, but I had never heard of Robert Johnson. Can you comment about his role in the history of what you write about?
Well, I would recommend an excellent book to you.
Yeah, exactly. I wrote a book about that. Called Escaping the Delta, Robert Johnson and the Invention of the Blues. And the title was because tendency of white fans to try to get into the Delta, and I was trying to explain that the whole point of Robert Johnson was trying to get out of the goddamn Delta. Robert Johnson's an interesting example. Robert Johnson is an example of someone whom you will hear over and over and over was the important figure. Like Charlie Parker in jazz, like Hank Williams in country, and it's simply not true. I mean, Charlie Parker, all the jazz musicians of his day were influenced positively or negatively. He was the dominant figure. Likewise, Hank Williams in country. Robert Johnson, virtually nobody was listening to Robert Johnson when he was alive, outside of a small circle of people right around Clarksdale. But as it happened, some of those people right around Clarksdale were Muddy Waters and Robert Jr. Lockwood, who actually learned directly from Robert Johnson and is probably the single most important guitarist in the evolution of the Chicago sound. And so if you were the Rolling Stones and your idea of everything went going back from Chuck Berry to Muddy Waters and the Jess Records sound, and you heard Robert Johnson, you went, oh my God, that's the source of everything. Because they were following that specific line. A much more prominent line in blues is Beyonce back to Aretha Franklin, back to Dinah Washington, back to Bessie Smith.
Classic blues.
Yeah, I mean, that's the really popular blues. But there is also the Rolling Stones channel, which leads back to Robert Johnson.
That's where I come in.
Yeah.
I mean, Robert Johnson to me was, he modernized Delta blues, he modernized Charlie Patton. If he lived, he would have gotten into some heavy stuff, some modern. He was a synthesist, in my opinion. I can't say enough in praise of Robert Johnson. I like the others too. I like Son House, I like Charlie Patton, I like Skip James. Obviously, I'm a rural guy. And the mention of the West Coast people, that's sophistication. See, earlier you said jazz was Alan Lomax thought jazz was an abomination to folk music. I'm kind of there too.
Yeah. Look, I mean, one thing I should say is a lot of things I say, people hear them as value judgments, and they're not value judgments. I mean, my book, Escaping the Delta, one of the central themes was that white listeners in the present are hearing something very different on those records than what black listeners heard in the 1930s, and are valuing very different things. And a lot of people hear that as me saying that white people in the present don't understand blues. And that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is something completely obvious. Obviously, we hear that stuff differently than black people in Mississippi in 1930. And there's no value judgment attached to that. It's just true. What's interesting to me as a historian is trying to understand how people heard things in the past. It's the opposite of being a critic. A critic is somebody who is talking about how things sound to us in the present. And I'm interested in how people heard it in the past. It's just a different exercise. It's not a better or a worse way of looking at it.
Well, you've done a valuable service in the book, your latest book, talking about the forerunners of recorded musicians.
Also true. I mean, very, yes.
You both have done a valuable service to Washburn and to the Kansas Book Festival today, and they will continue to. Again, this afternoon we're going to hear some music from Elijah at 1 and from Patrick at 1:30 on the musical stage out here. I believe we've got the time slots right. I'm so grateful that you both were able to join us, and I'm so grateful for your books. They're going to be signing those immediately afterwards. Please show your gratitude to Patrick O'Connor and Elijah. Thank you for being here. Enjoy the festival.
Southern John.
It's K35.
very engaging. I enjoyed it very much.
Well, you're welcome. I'll look up what they I'll get you set up for some more English.
Yeah, no, this actually. And not
Good, good. I think we need to now make our way to.
Yeah, to this side.
Well conducted.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Good luck on GM. I have no idea what that is.
Well, I haven't like prepped you with very much stuff, but I've done a number of these, and it's always, my preference is just have a three-point conversation, and see where it goes.
And you had facts.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, I want to, I'm partially motivated by fear of, they're running out of, reasonably informed so many questions asked, so I try to prepare, but I usually I can list that.
Have much voice today, so I apologize to everyone, including your sound engineers.
Well, we're thankful you're with us. Thank you for being willing to talk with us for a bit. And I'm going to stand down here. Before I do, though, I want to just give a shout out to Humanities Kansas, which is an important part of real support for us with the book festival, and we're thankful for that partnership. I also want to give a shout out to Kansas Public Radio, because they're actually sponsoring this particular session. Hoping I will see Dave McIntyre somewhere. Yeah, coming up. Some of you listen to her on KPR. She loves books. She always is prepared, has thought through things in advance, actually read the books. That's an important thing. And she's gonna get us talking here with Sarah.
I'm just getting some paper.
Sarah, welcome to the Kansas Book Festival. We are so sad that you're not here in person, but we're really glad that you're here, joining us.
Sad I'm not there too, but as you can tell, I don't have much voice today, and so I think it was a smart decision to stay in Chicago and keep my terms to myself.
We appreciate that. We appreciate that. Most of us here are familiar with the fact that you grew up in Kansas, outside Lawrence. For those of you who don't necessarily know Sarah's background, give us your Kansas cred.
We moved to Kansas from upstate New York when I was 4 in 1951. I don't know if anyone in the audience is old enough to remember the terrible floods of 51, but a quarter of the state was left homeless as the Kansas River, the Kaw, flooded across the state. And I can remember coming in on the train and the water was still above the wheels up to the bottom of the carriages when we moved in. My dad had taken a job teaching at the University of Kansas, and so we grew up in and around Lawrence. When I was 10, we moved into an old farmhouse out in the country, and my brothers and I continued our education in a two-room school there, Kaw Valley District 95. It was great for us because we were fat, unathletic kids, and there were so few children in the school that everyone had to play on the sports teams, which we had never been allowed near when we lived in Lawrence. So I was a terrible athlete, but incredibly enthusiastic. We had one baseball, and when it was my turn to field, that was the end of recess, because I had a powerful arm for a 10-year-old. And the ball would often land in the cornfield, and we would spend the rest of recess looking for the ball.
You now live in Chicago, as does V.I. Warshawski. In your latest book, Pay Dirt, which there are copies out there for sale, by the way, V.I. returns to Kansas for a little R&R, which he does not get. No spoilers, but can you give us a quick overview of the plot of Pay Dirt?
V.I. has had a rough time of it in Chicago, and I won't go into the details, but she has 2 young women in her life who are student athletes at a Chicago area school. One's a basketball player, one's a hockey player. And they persuade V.I. that she needs some rest. She should come down to Kansas and watch the basketball player break the 3,000-point scoring mark. We all know in the area, you're Caitlin Clark and Angel Caderos and the rest of them, but that's small change now. But when I was writing the book, it was a big deal. So V.I. goes down, but one of the girls, the young women on the trip, goes missing, and the others had to get back to Chicago. They begged her to stay and look for their missing friend. V.I. finds her in an abandoned drug house out in rural Douglas County, and her troubles really begin in earnest then. She's a convenient fall person for the local cops because she's an outsider. runs afoul of them. And so she has all these forces, law, money, and so on, stacked up against her. But she also has some good friends. There's a particular, one of my favorite characters, new characters in this series is an enthusiastic young journalist who is working for my fictitious Douglas County Chronicle. And Zoe, her name is, and VI together thwart the forces of evil, and good to a certain extent triumphs. And in my books, good can't triumph completely because looking at how you bring extremely powerful evildoers to justice these days is an uphill battle. But at least VI gets to go home and rejoin her beloved dogs.
You created VI back in 1982. It took you until 2017 to bring her to Kansas. So Pay Dirt is not the first time that VI has come to Kansas. It took you a long time to bring her here, but not very long to bring her back.
That's right.
What is it about bringing her to Kansas that you felt like, I'm not done with this setting yet?
You know, that's such a good question, Kay, because it's something that I've thought about. I don't know if it's connected to age. I hate to confess that I am getting older day by day. 80 is closer than 70, which is a shocking thought. But my dad died in a rather sad way with dementia, and when I would come back to visit him, the facility where we unfortunately had to have him committed was right on the edge of the prairie. And as a child, I don't think I really appreciated the beauty of the prairie. But after sitting with him and singing to him and so on, I would get relief by walking out on the prairie there. And I'd lie in the grass and I would just lie still, and all of the prairie insects would come and rest on me. And I think that it was both incredibly beautiful, peaceful, and nourishing, nurturing. And so it made Kansas feel like a place that I needed to be for refuge, maybe Chicago for crime and adventure, but Kansas for refuge. And then over time, it began to be a place that I actually wanted to write about. And so I made it the setting for several books. 3 of the VI novels take place partly in the Lawrence, Eudora area. One of them, Deadland, there, forgive me, I have a good friend, a photographer who's another Kansan in exile in Chicago, Terry Evans, and she's photographed the country around Salina extensively, and she introduced me to, and now I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the name of the canyon, but there's a beautiful canyon that looks like a miniature Grand Canyon in the Salina area. So my brother who still lives in Lawrence and I went hiking there, and that became part of the setting, a major part of the setting for my novel Deadland.
Sarah, it strikes me that by bringing VI to Kansas, or really anywhere out of Chicago, that you're stripping her bare, that she's away from home, she's away from her friends, she's away from her dog, she's away from all of her contacts in Chicago, and she's really forced to rely on just herself. Is that something that you deliberately wanted to sort of strip her bare?
I think my husband, who was my most important supporter and advocate for the nearly 50 years of our life together, died in 2018. And that loneliness has been a challenge in many ways. And I think that I felt that if I put VI into that similar kind of situation, that it might help me figure out how to move through that particular kind of loneliness. And you know, it's a loneliness that I'm sure many people in this audience have experienced themselves, because you may have friends, and I have wonderful friends who are great supports in my life, but there's a particular kind of loneliness when there isn't someone who cares what you did during the day, or you're going out at night, or you're leaving town. And every time I leave town now, and know that there's nobody here keeping track of where I am and what I'm doing, it's painful. And so I don't know that VI has solved that problem for me, but she certainly made me more aware of really what the components of it are.
You've taken considerable liberties with the geography of Lawrence and Kansas. Can you talk about VI's Kansas versus, say, our Kansas?
Yeah, well, I've taken considerable liberties with a lot of things, and people in my hometown have been very gracious about accepting that, I will say. But in Pay Dirt, I created a second major hill north of Lawrence, and you know, the caw just winds around in this way that's, I don't see how anyone could ever navigate that river. But north of Lawrence, in one of the bends of the river, I've created another hill, and it's the focus of all the action in the book. I didn't want to deal with real geography because the story I'm telling is one that's quite painful historically, personally, and it's my story to tell. I didn't want to lay it on the town of Lawrence or on Douglas County for that matter. Another liberty I took was, which was very deliberate, was that the crimes in the book are committed in rural Douglas County, which means that really they should be under the direction of the sheriff to solve. But I have a cast of characters in the Lawrence Police Department that I created back when VI first came to Kansas. I like those characters, particularly a sergeant who, you know, there's a certain romantic tension between them, even though it goes by the way of Pay Dirt. And I thought, if I add the sheriff's police deputies to this as well, this book is going to be longer than War and Peace. So I completely cut out the sheriff's department, for which I apologize, but maybe they're happy. Maybe they're happy not to have me messing around with them.
My favorite liberty that you took with Lawrence is the name of VI's favorite coffee shop. Tell us about the Decadent Hippo.
So yes, I have heard from people from Lawrence who know that this is actually the bourgeois pig, and I am just going to chastise the bourgeois pig right here on the air in front of everyone, because they no longer open early in the morning. They make the best espresso that I've ever drunk anywhere, but I need it in the morning. I don't need it at midnight. So, come on guys, start opening at 7 a.m. again. The Decadent Hippo, I will hasten to add, meets all of VI's and my need for caffeine around the clock. And here I am, sick in Chicago, with a sore throat, really fatigued. They tell you plenty of fluids, no caffeine, but I would not be sitting here today if I had not had my espresso.
And it's in a pretty big mug, so you must be drinking a lot of it.
I switched to herbal tea,
Sarah, when you first created VI,
did not have a lot of confidence in my ability to write a whole novel, to tell a whole story. I probably would never have started writing about her if second wave feminism hadn't given me the nudge to look at the way that women were treated traditionally in crime fiction, which has always been my favorite form of reading. But women might be vamps or victims. If they had a sex life, they were wicked. If they didn't have a sex life, they were morally good, but they really couldn't tie their shoes without adult supervision. They were so inept. And I wanted a woman who was like me and my friends, who was doing the kind of work that maybe had been a closed door to us growing up and in high school, but was just opening up in the late 70s and early 80s. But we had to solve our own problems. We did not have Prince Charmings who came along and solved them. We had to make do on salaries that were 50% of what men were earning. We had to look after children and homes and do all these things. And if we had a sex life, that was just part of life. That didn't have anything to do with our moral character. So it took me 8 years from imagining having a detective who did that until I actually had a vision of what she really should be, what she should be like. And I struggled and wrote that book, Indemnity Only. And then I thought, I'm done. I have fixed the problem of the way women are treated in crime fiction, and now I will go back to selling computers to insurance agents, which was what I was doing while I was writing the first book. So I hadn't planned on a series, and then the series just kind of came because the publisher wanted a second book, and they wanted a third book, and then suddenly now there are 22 books in the series. So I don't think I planned, I know I never sat down and thought, this is what she should be like in 50 years or 40, I guess it's been. I wanted her, she was a person who was very grounded in history. Her mother was a refugee from Mussolini's Italy. Her father's parents worked in the Chicago stockyards on what they call the killing floors for $11 a week. And so growing up as the offspring of blue-collar immigrants, refugees, had a particular impact on her personality and life story. As time has passed, those events are so far in the past now that they don't resonate with modern readers. And yet I have not wanted to age Ria. When we started, we were both 30, and I'm 77 now, and she's 50, which just is more proof of how much better she is to be stronger and fitter. So it's been a struggle, really, to, I don't know how to, I guess I'm not really answering the question, but she doesn't have a trajectory as much as she has a mission, I would say. And her mission is always to fairness and justice, and especially for ordinary people whose lives are upended and don't have a powerful patron to look after them. That's her role. And as America has become more and more, I mean, I know we talk about being divided, but I think what troubles me is how much money matters more than it did when I started out. And the number of incredibly wealthy people who now can control various aspects of our society that ought to be controlled by our elected representatives. It's harder and harder for ordinary people to fight medical bills or rental hikes or all those kinds of things. In my neighborhood in Chicago, the Obama Center is being built in my neighborhood, and this is seen as a tremendous opportunity for real estate companies. So they're moving in they're buying up old apartment buildings, and people who've lived there for 30, 40, 50 years are being evicted because the realtors want to tear these buildings down and put up high-end condos. And so this is the kind of thing where money matters more than anything. And sorry, I'm ranting, but through VI, I'm struggling with ways that you can combat this and keep your dignity and keep some sense of justice for ordinary people. Sorry to go off on that tangent.
That's all right, that's what we're here for. Has your relationship with VI changed over the years? Do you think about her differently than you did, say, 20 years ago, 30 years ago?
I think that when I first started with her, we were very separate beings. And also, gosh, I mean, when I started with her, 30 didn't feel young, but it is very young. And so I was just carefree and insouciant, and so she was as well. For me, it's a struggle with a first-person narrative to have distance between who I am and who she is. So occasionally I take a break from her, which in fact I'm doing right now. I'm creating a new character. And VI is recovering from pain dirt. I think VI is in a spa in Sardinia, just drinking lovely red Sardinian wine, and fresh goat cheese from whoever she's renting a place from has a flock of goats. While I'm struggling with my new book and I'm sick, and I'm like, why can't I be in Sardinia? And to go back to your question, I guess it's because in some ways we've gotten too enmeshed in my head, and I'm not thinking of her as a separate character enough anymore. So, you know, she does amazing things that I could never do, and if I was doing them, I wouldn't be writing about them. I'd be out there doing them. But emotionally, psychically, we've gotten too enmeshed, which is why really I'm taking a break from her. Give her some distance. Let her be her own person, and then when I come back to her, it'll look clearer. Maybe not.
Sarah, I've interviewed many authors over the years, and one thing that I hear over and over and over again is that their characters surprise them in terms of how they act, the situations they find themselves in. Does VI still surprise you?
Oh, absolutely. I think that when I started writing Pay Dirt, as I said earlier, it was a lot of what I went through there was in reaction to my own emotions, but I was, VI is usually, even if she's brash and an activist, she's usually pretty empathic, and the first couple of chapters of Pay Dirt, which set in motion why she goes to Kansas and the interactions she's having, the harshness that she was exhibiting towards her young friends, when I came back and read it cold, it was way more than I was comfortable with, and I had to dial it back because I think it would have been as shocking to readers as it was to me. But that, I don't know where that came from, because I just don't know where it came from.
Pay Dirt, like all the VI stories, is essentially a crime story, and the mystery of solving that crime. But like all your books, it's not just about a crime, it's about bigger subjects like corporate greed and poverty and social injustice. For you, does the crime come first, or does the broader issue that you want to talk about, does that come first? And then you find a crime that sort of works with that.
it differs from book to book. One of my early books that I'm proudest of is called Bloodshot, and I worked for many years in the insurance, well, a decade, which doesn't seem long anymore, but it was a lot then, in the insurance industry. And one of the big questions that came up at the time that I was working there was the fact that asbestos miners, in particular the Johns Manville Company, had known for decades that before the information was public knowledge that asbestos caused terrible lung illnesses, and they had suppressed this. And then the insurance end was, as these claims came in, how were the underwriters ever going to afford to pay the claims? And Congress stepped in and saved the insurance industry more than maybe the people suffering from asbestosis. But I used that crime seemed so shocking to me, but I couldn't write about a real company, and so I changed it to a chemical company, and I made up a damaging chemical, which I guess isn't very hard to do. Now we're finding out that it's easy to invent a really dangerous chemical. But so in that case, it was the crime that definitely came first, and it took me months to come up with characters who could tell that story. And then I love those characters. I loved writing about them so much, and it told me that it's one thing to have a crime, but you have to have people telling the story. So until I have people that come to life for me, the story is dead. It's all about people and how they speak and interact.
Speaking of people, you've already mentioned one of the characters in Pay Dirt is a local reporter for the Douglas County, fictitious Douglas County newspaper. And she and VI form, I guess you'd call it kind of an uneasy alliance. Was there something you wanted to say about the role of newspapers in journalism?
Funny you should ask that. Was I that subtle?
Well, I am a journalist.
I think the biggest danger that our republic faces is the loss of reliable news, and news that everyone, regardless of their political belief, can and will look at and come away with some semblance of a believable story. And the depth of investigative reporting over the last 3 decades has just demoralized me. When big companies in the late 1990s started buying up newspapers, television stations, and so on, the first thing they did was to fire half of their reporting staff. And every time they would cut the staff in half, the stock price would double. And so there was a big incentive to keep getting rid of reporters. And so now it's really hard to find reliable news. And yet, people like you, Kate, and friends of mine, they keep going into journalism because they have a passion for news. So I loved creating young Zoe. She gets $12,000 a year from the Douglas County Chronicle for covering everything that happens in Douglas County, from fires and weddings to chemical spills and to the detective from Chicago coming to town. This is going to be her big break. She's going to become a national figure, and who knows what she'll do next. But she's driven by this passion for the news that I think still drives journalists. It's harder for them to find places to report it, I guess. So I subscribe. I have paid subscriptions to 8 different news media, and because I don't read them all every day. Some of them I never read, except when there's a particular story I want to follow. But I just believe so strongly in paid quality journalism that I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. Anyway, I have a storyline about Zoe. I hope I live long enough. I write so slowly. I need to write faster, smarter, harder. Because I have a story about Zoe that I really want to tell when I finish the book I'm writing now, which is about Lily, a 75-year-old former CIA agent who's on the run from the CIA. So when I finish with Lily, then maybe I'll go to Zoe. I don't know. We'll see.
The Lawrence Public Library figures prominently in Pay Dirt, and there's even a shout out to Kathleen Morgan, who happens to be the chair of the Kansas Book Festival Foundation. Sarah, you're surrounded today virtually by librarians, book lovers, readers. Can you talk about the role of libraries in your life, and maybe in particular in the role that they played in Pay Dirt?
Well, first of all, I am so proud of my hometown, the way that Lawrence supports its library. In the depth of the economic turndown in 2008-09, Lawrence voted overwhelmingly to fund a huge new addition to the library and all kinds of amenities in the library. And it's like, I was in awe. I don't know any place else in the country. I hope there are other places, but I don't know them that put that kind of support into their library. And in Pay Dirt, when I was a child growing up, the reference librarian was a woman named Mrs. Osmo. My brothers and I were terrified of her. She just seemed incredibly stern and forbidding, although my mother and she had a very warm and cordial relationship. But the rare books room at the Lawrence Library is named for her. And VI spends a lot of her time in the library using their free computers, which is one of the many things that libraries all over America offer anyone who walks in, even if they don't live there. But she also hides some vital documents in the Osmo room. And I asked Kathleen Morgan where she should hide them, and we had a contest, or she and the library director had a contest for best idea. I can't remember what the prize was. I hope there was a prize. Anyway, the winner had to be the Osmo. When someone suggested that, I said, oh yeah, that's right.
One of the things that I love about VI is how human she is. She has aches and pains. She second guesses herself all the time. She's constantly running through scenarios. I should have done this, or I should have done that instead. How do you balance writing a character who is really human with one that is very, very competent at her job?
I think more of us are like that than, it's the surface versus the interior. It's one of the things that fascinates me as a person and as a writer. Years ago, I published a collection of short stories called Windy City Blues, and one of the stories in it is told in the third person. Lottie, whose family were destroyed in the Shoah and the Holocaust, her grandparents were wealthy, and in addition to losing their lives, there were a lot of artifacts that went missing. And the story is about one of these artifacts, a little statue that shows up so unexpectedly in Chicago. And Lottie is anguished, bitter, and VI steps in to deal with this and to get the statue back for her. And in Lottie's eyes, VI in this story, although most of the time Lottie is a mentor, they're very close, but in this story, Lottie is looking at her as someone who is unnaturally cheerful and competent and not understanding the trauma that she's going through. So I wanted to show that to an outsider, someone who's not in VI's head, and I mean Lottie's not an outsider, but she's outside her head. It's very different than being inside. If I had told the story from VI's point of view, she would have been just distraught about what Lottie was going through and doing everything she could to fix it. But you don't see that when all you see is the outside.
If you've read a number of VI books, you know that opera is a theme that is carried throughout. It's important to VI, it's important to her relationship with her mother, Gabriella. And I have to admit, I've never given it much thought until I went back and read Ghost Country, one of your earlier books. And there's a character in that book that is a washed-up opera singer. And it got me really thinking, what is the role of opera in your life? And what is it that that brings to VI?
My life is about voice, who gets to speak and who gets listened to. And I love opera without being terribly knowledgeable about it, but I love that the way that the human voice works in opera. You know, opera is, if you start dissecting the plots, you know, it's like, this is so ludicrous, but also that gives me courage, because sometimes my plots seem incredibly ludicrous to me. And I think, well, if Mozart can get away with it, I can get away with it. It's the act of voice and being able to project emotions through your instrument that just seems to me to be like the biggest metaphor for the things that I care about most passionately. And for VI in particular, you know, her mother had hoped to have a career as an opera singer. And again, going back to the fact that this series is now 40 years old, but that her career was derailed by the war, and she was a Jew, and Mussolini's race laws meant that she could not study, perform, or do any of those things, and she fled in the dark of night. I wrote Ghost Country. There were many things that went through my head writing Ghost Country, but as I wanted to have an opera composer in it, I couldn't make it happen. I wrote 250 pages of that novel about a would-be composer and a would-be opera, and then it wasn't working, and I had to turn my back on it and change the story. But in the process of that 250 pages, I went to Virginia to spend time with Thea Musgrave, who was the opera composer in residence for the Virginia Opera. And, you know, to me, music is kind of like, it comes directly from some, like, heaven or something like that, through the composer's mind, down onto the page. It's possible that was true for Mozart, but as I've learned, not for anyone else, not even really equally great, wonderful composers. But I asked Ms. Musgrave, I said, so you hear it in your head and then you just put it on paper? God, I was naive and stupid. And she said, I start every day with the fear of the blank page. And you know, her blank page has musical bars on it. And I was like, oh, well that is really disappointing. Music as this kind of amazing, just external thing that comes to you instead of something you have to wrestle with the way a writer has to wrestle with a sentence.
That is quite a metaphor for writing in general. You're also faced with the blank page. It doesn't just come from on high. You have to work at that craft.
That's right. And some days I think, well, Shakespeare, he already used all the good lines, and the rest of us are just trying to catch up and think of new ways to say what he already said better. But maybe it did come to him like that, I don't know. We'll never know. But Bird by Bird, Annie Lamott, she has this advice for you when you're stuck as a writer. And she has a sheet of paper, And she cuts into it a space just big enough for one line of type on your computer screen. And she puts that over her computer and she fills it with something. And then she takes the paper away, there's something on the screen, and then she can start writing. And I have often used that advice. I think it's such great advice.
It's just getting started. You said that writing painting dirt was the hardest work you've ever done. Why was that?
I feel like, in a way, I'm being so much more personal in this conversation than I might be if I were there in person. And so I'll just continue about in that vein. And, it's because I can't really see people's faces, so I don't know if you're how much I needed to tell that story of I wasn't writing about lynchings. I don't write about graphic violence. I don't write about rape. And although people get killed, I don't describe murders. But I needed to write about the way in which people of color, including indigenous people, were deprived of their land as well as their lives. And I certainly could have said that book in Chicago because Chicago has just as much blood on its hand, maybe more, because we do so many shady property deals here. But because of the size of the city and the way the size makes it hard to trace what's happening to property here, it seemed to me to be easier to tell it in a smaller community. And the Lawrence is not small. It's 25,000 when we moved there, and it's 100,000 now. But it's still easier to follow a single thread of a story there than it is in Chicago. And so that, but just struggling with it, and struggling with the emotions of, it would be like finding it, to me, this history to me is so personal, because Kansas is so in my bones, even though I've lived away from it for my entire adult life, but it's the land of my childhood and of my young adulthood. It was like finding that my father had committed some terrible crime. It was that painful to me. So it was hard to write about it.
I have lots more questions about VI and writing in general, but I want to switch gears a little bit. Could you tell us about your work with the Sarah and Two Sea Dogs Foundation?
I set up this foundation 20 years ago, roughly 22 years ago, I can't remember now exactly. But I wanted to do some intentional philanthropy instead of just randomly responding to requests for money. And I wanted it to be directed to women and to children of both genders who could get help through several things, through the arts, sports, science. And I wasn't finding, sorry, I'm not talking about this very organizedly. There are a couple of foundations that offered to have a donor advised fund for me, but the way that they directed money was much more political than what I wanted. For instance, through the Chicago Foundation for Women, the programs that they supported, which worked with the arts, were more with arts as a means to an end instead of arts as a way for self-expression. So I have a wonderful advisor who had been with the MacArthur Foundation and then decided that small money could do more good than big money and stepped down and started advising people like me with small amounts of money to give. And we were set up primarily to support, as I say, these arts programs, but we also have a strong component for reproductive health care. And so, unfortunately, because of the way reproductive health care has been removed from access to many women around the country, most of what the foundation supports right now is reproductive health. But we still have, there's a program that I love called, well, it's Project Exploration run through the University of Chicago. They have two children's programs, and one is Brothers for Biology and Sisters for Science. And these programs have done an extraordinary kind of outreach in the Chicago public schools to helping children who don't often have access to science education. They get to pick experiments to run, they design them, and with help from skilled researchers, they execute them. And now the first cohort have gone through primary school and high school, just taking part in this after-school program. A lot of them have been accepted in universities, not through affirmative action, but just based on their ACT scores. So we're just incredibly proud, my board and I, about being able to support that kind of success.
I'm going to turn it over to our audience for questions in just a minute, so get thinking about what you'd like to ask Sarah. But one last question for you. What should I have asked you today? What question do you wish I'd asked you?
I think you have covered the ground pretty well. I don't know. I don't know. Do I ever think about moving back to Kansas every time I come to visit? And it takes me. I'm 26 miles from O'Hare Airport, and it takes me longer to get from Kansas City Airport to Lawrence than it does to get from my house to O'Hare. So that's when I really think about moving back. But I have to say, my adult life is really is really locked in Chicago. And much as I love Kansas, I don't know that I will ever move back.
Well, Kansas loves you, and we are really glad that you joined us today, even if it had to be remotely. I am going to take some questions from the audience because of the Zoom setup. I will need to repeat those questions to Sarah so that she can hear them. So keep your question really short so I can relay it to her. So any questions from the audience? Don't be shy. Yes.
So real quick, Kate. Sarah, can you hear me on your end?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a roving microphone, so I'll actually go around to those that have a question, and I'll let them ask it directly into the mic. So.
First question from Drew, the pickleball librarian.
Hi, I really enjoyed reading your book. I have to admit, my first exposure to V.I. Warshawski was the 90s movie with Kathleen Turner. And I enjoyed that movie too, but from Paint It Dirt, you really didn't describe, details so much about the character, but I know she's in her 50s. What do you think of the casting of Kathleen Turner? And if you redid a movie today, who would you pick as the actor?
Oh gosh, I should have been ready for that one. There are some youngish 40-something actors who I think would do a great job, and I don't, their names aren't coming to me, but one series that I recently watched called Diplomat. Does anybody know that? I love the woman who played the American ambassador to England in that series. But
Please carry something, I can't remember.
anyway, I think she would make a great VI. She's got attitude and, Kathleen was very committed to the role, and that was why Disney made the movie. But they couldn't decide whether they wanted it. The movie was kind of a mess, in my opinion, and the box office agreed. They couldn't decide whether Kathleen was still body heat or whether she was V.I. Warshawski. So there were two scenes that made me really angry. One was where she does a kind of striptease in the back of a taxi cab, and I'm like, no, take that out. Of course, I had no say in anything that went on in it. And the other was they made Mr. Contreras, they turned him from being her neighbor into the worst kind of stereotype of Mexican immigrant. And it just made me really angry, but as I say, they did not care anything about what I had to say. So, in a way, I was glad that it was a box office bomb because as they were making it, I just felt I lost control of my voice and my character's voice, and I stopped writing. Then when the movie came out and I saw it, and I was like, oh, this has nothing to do with anything I ever thought of. And so I went back and finished what was then my 8th novel, I guess 7th novel. So in a way, I was glad that they made a mess of it. Disney has sat on the rights ever since. They have not wanted to make a movie themselves, but they haven't wanted to let anyone else do it. So we're constantly trying different kinds of, my agent, and I are constantly trying different ways to work out a project that Disney would be willing to take part of, and that we could go back and maybe get someone like the diplomat Carrie to play a strong and more believable role. And a real Mr. Contreras might go. One of the things that I like, you have more questions? I'll shut up.
Do we have any other questions in the audience?
That was Carrie Russell. That's her name, Carrie Russell.
Carrie Russell was the name.
Oh, thank you.
Other questions? Oops, got one from Shirley, from the Lawrence Public Library. I
Friday. And so a bunch of us flew over to be in Paris on Friday. And it was hard to find a hotel room, never mind all those details. The hotel room that I found, the bed was like 6 feet off the ground. And I got out one morning and I slipped and fell, and fortunately not a major injury, but I was thinking, gosh, what if VI was really 70-something and slipped and fell and hurt her hip and then she's hobbling around? And then I thought, okay, that could be someone. And so in that moment, Lily, the CIA agent, came to me. And I'm in the middle of writing about her. It's a slow process, like all my writing is, but because it's very different from writing about VI, I'm having to think about how a CIA agent would behave and so on. So VI, Lily is retired. Somebody writes an expose of the country where I made up the country to make my life easier. It's called Ayalistan, which is Turkish for imaginary country. And that's Ayalistan is where Lily served. And now some journalist for the New Yorker is writing one of the New Yorker's in-depth, endless articles, the letter from Ayalistan. And they talk to people there, blame Lily and the CIA for all the things that are going wrong with the country. And Lily's like, no, I never did that. And then she starts going back and finding out that, well, yes, she did inadvertently do many things that she wished she had known more about at the time. And so she starts writing about it, and the CIA is cranky, and they can't get her to shut up, so then they decide to kill her. And so she's on the run, and my challenge with this book is if the CIA is after you, how do you keep them from killing you? How do you fight another day? But the other thing is, I was having a lot of trouble with it, and then I thought, you know, really, the CIA seems like this almost mythic, outsized organization that knows when we've been sleeping, knows when we're awake. But really, it is just a big bureaucracy, like the insurance company I used to work for, and like all the big bureaucracies I've ever encountered, government, corporate, whatever. People are insecure, they want to be close to the source of power, they elbow other people out of the way, and so really I don't need to know a lot about the CIA to write about this. I just need to think about how people like to react in bureaucracies. Anyways, some of it is just really, I'm just doing stuff for fun. Like the big epic of Ayalistan is about the eagle and the hunter. And the hunter who falls under the spell of an eagle, who's probably a magical creature. And in the Hayali mythology, when the country is in danger, the hunter and the eagle will emerge and come down from the highest mountain, Mount Caucasus, 19,000 feet high, and save the country. So it's just fun to write the epic, even though I may not ever have it in a finished book. It may just be on my website. So I'm just having fun playing with it and inventing it and creating Lily. And yeah, so that's the story so far.
Do you have a working title?
The working title is Bad Company, since the general slang word, not slang, but word for the CIA is the company. I hope to get a better title because I have a very beloved friend in England, Liza Cody, who wrote 6 of the best women PI novels that I think were ever written through her character, Anna Lee. And one of those is called Bad Company, and I don't want to use Liza's title if I can avoid it. Although her company wasn't the CIA, it was something else.
I think we probably have time for one more short question. Do we have another question from the audience? All right. Oh, there's one up front.
Are you going to continue aging VI?
Are you going to continue aging VI? Did I get that right?
Yeah, is she going to reach that?
Is she going to reach 70s?
When I'm 100, if I'm still mentally fit, writing and hang back alive, 70 will start looking really young to me. I just read the poet Sappho, Greek poet Sappho, who died 2,700 years ago. Someone just discovered a new poem by her in which she's writing about old age, and she says, I used to dance with legs like little fawns dancing around. And I thought, okay, when I'm 170, will look like someone who can still dance nimbly like a little fawn. And so then VI may get to be 70.
We sure hope so. Sarah, this has been such a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us today. I know you probably can't hear the audience, but I'm going to ask Mom to give you a big campus. Thank you so much. Hang on, SJ, will you picture? Hang on, Sarah, I'm going to get a picture of us.
Oh, okay.
It's almost like we're in the same room.
Send it to me so that I can put it on our Facebook page.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thanks, Kay. Pleasure as always.
There should be 3 outlets. I just need a cable that'll fit better than this one. And I'm gonna grab a different cord. Hopefully I got one on the car. If not, I'm gonna run down the street again. I'm gonna pee first. So with this, let's stick here. I'll tell you what we can do. We can do something absolutely ridiculous. We can. This is magic, basically. So here we go. That's done. Alright. You see what I did here? Yeah, I want to get. I gotta care about getting the speaker. All we can do, see, I've got. Now we can, but actually, it might even be cool. I might put in the bottom right.
But just like.
Testing. All right, hi everybody, thanks for coming. Appreciate it. My name is Paul Carr. Topeka native, worked in sports media about 20 years. Happy to host this panel. I will let Rustin and Mark introduce themselves, but we'll be talking about their book, Kingdom Quarterback, which you can buy out in the lobby. Have them sign after the panel. We'll talk about it in the process for 45 minutes or so, and then we'll let anybody ask questions as well. So be thinking about your questions. And otherwise, we'll get going. Guys, welcome to Topeka. Let me first just have you guys, because I think this matters for the angle you take on the book. Give us your background related to Kansas City, because I think you don't have to be from Kansas City to write or appreciate something like this, but it helps, to me at least. They have some connections and knowledge. So just, again, introduce yourselves, tell us your connections around here.
Thanks, Paul, for that. Yeah, my name is Rustin Dodd.
somehow it all comes together. Like there are just, maybe we'll talk more about this, but, players who were affected by, like, different policies. The fact that Mahomes lived in J.C. Nichols' neighborhood until, like, a year ago when he moved. There are just, you just keep seeing these ways to tie the past to the present, and it almost is like, oh, wait a minute, are we just forcing this? But no, like, it's just, there were all these, like, kind of odd historic coincidences that aren't really coincidences, because it's just like how things are in Kansas City.
How much were you guys, as KC natives, how much were you aware of even the framework of this history going? I will say, as a Topeka native, I knew some of these names, your J.C. Nichols, and things that are named after them, but just didn't have much of a sense of Kansas City as a city historically. How much were you guys aware going in?
I think I was aware certainly of, like, J.C. Nichols, the neighborhoods, the Country Club Plaza, obviously, I knew some history of that. I knew that McCoy's, there was like a bar in Westport, named after like one of the founders of the town, McCoy. And, I had an idea, but nothing all that much, to be honest with you. Like you experience whatever you experience growing up, and you just take that for granted, and you don't really think about what came before. And I also think, both of us have, of course, moved away like that. I started learning more about Kansas City after I left in some ways, and seeing how it was different, and, also just a great place, but also like having this history and mindset of the people who live here that's maybe not quite unique, but very unusual in a good way.
Yeah, to me, J.C. Nichols was synonymous with the Country Club Plaza. And we actually asked the same question to Quentin Lucas, the mayor of Kansas City, and I get the quote, I think is the quote that was like, he even thought like J.C. Nichols was synonymous with like greatness, or like, what did he say? I think it was something like that. It was like synonymous with nice things, nice neighborhoods, the Country Club Plaza. And I think that's sort of the conception you had when you grew up in Kansas City. And then I think, before our book came out, and there was, I just think there was a reconsideration of J.C. Nichols and Kansas City for maybe even a decade plus in the last few decades, and that kind of energy was in kind of around as well. And so I think when you're going to look at J.C. Nichols, you're going to kind of examine the history of segregation in Kansas City and what that meant and what happened and how it happened. And so I think part of our motivation in doing this book too was to tell that story, and I think I don't know what the right way to put it would be, but if you're going to write a book that half of it is about the history of housing segregation in the city, we actually kind of thought an easy way might not be the right way to put it, but like it's a way to get people to get into the story. If we can write a story about football that people will spend half the book kind of enjoying and smiling and enjoying Patrick Mahomes, and then half the book reading about history. It was actually an easy way to tell history that wouldn't make people just like bored out of their minds, I guess.
And I think vice versa, because sometimes football can be boring for some reason.
That's true. That is true. I mean, there's a lot of people who might pick up the book because they want to read about the history, and they're like, oh, the football stuff is kind of interesting.
That's pretty good. I want to get into Nichols more in a minute, but first, if you set the stage for us, you do this in depth in the book, but give us kind of a surface level overview of where Kansas City was 100 years ago, kind of on a national stage. To me, at least, it seems like Kansas City had a higher profile, or at least aspired to a higher profile than I knew about. So where was Kansas City 100 plus years ago? Just on the grand stage of the country, where they wanted to be.
Yeah, well, I'll let Mark answer this most of it. I think one thing we found fascinating about the history of Kansas City is that there's always been this aspiration to bigger things.
1920s and early 1930s, it probably was, at least until now, and we'll get to that later, when Kansas City was at its highest profile. And, you know, it's bringing that up, like always aspiring for something more. I argue that like in the 20s and 30s is like when Kansas City like wasn't aspiring. Like it was just like run by Tom Pendergast, who was a just like the leader of the local Democratic Party, but had just, you know, power that would be unprecedented today, basically. Like he called every shot. He knew everyone in any sort of position of political or civic power, and as well as just like regular workers. And, you know, they'd line up out of his office every day and they'd ask for favors, and, you know, the state senators would have to get in line behind just, you know, a woman who was like a secretary or something like that. And so he just wanted to make a lot of money and do a lot of illegal things. And because of those motivations, it turned Kansas City into a, you know, frankly, just like a party capital. There was like the jazz scene really thrived. At the same time, Kansas City was also really big into the agricultural industry back then. So you had a lot of people traveling in, and that included musicians from the south and from the east. And so they all kind of met in Kansas City. And with Pendergast having all this illicit activity in these bars, staying open really late, and all these jazz musicians coming in, it just combined to just really have this cultural scene that Kansas City has not had since. And I think one that, again, like growing up here, you hear about jazz and maybe listen to jazz, but I think it's like, it's hard to understand just like how big of a deal like it actually was. This wasn't just like a thing. I thought when I was growing up, maybe it was like, oh yeah, Kansas City was like a, you know, it had jazz, but it was like the equivalent of like grunge in Seattle in the early 90s, or like Atlanta and hip hop in like the late 90s, where there's just like this, like these musicians were so good and they produced an entirely distinct sound that Kansas City was known for. And obviously, you know, the names Charlie Parker, Count Basie, everybody knows them today. And so that was Kansas City. And yeah, and Tom same time, he was truly a pioneer when it came to, certainly not like introducing segregation by any means to Kansas City or to America, but by heightening it.
Yeah, and kind of making it permanent in a way. And the other thing that he was incredibly visionary in kind of creating neighborhoods. So like, you think about the 1920s or, the 1910s, 1920s, the idea of the suburbs did not really exist, right? So, people are living in cities and they're moving out, into the outskirts and they're building neighborhoods. But what do those neighborhoods look like? Yeah, you look in like a place like Chicago or whatever, and there's alleys and they're just in row homes and like those. That was the idea of what a neighborhood looked like. And Jason Nichols created him and other developers created this idea of what a suburban neighborhood looked like. I think some of the things that he created were like curved streets. So the streets aren't going to be straight. We're going to curve them because that's going to be nicer. We want this to look like we're going to have grass. We're not going to put, we're going to set the houses back from the curb. So we're going to have lawns and driveways and like cul-de-sacs. And so those ideas were also something that he really kind of introduced to America.
Stuff that seems so obvious today.
Yes.
That wasn't a thing in this. On the discrimination side, how would have the repercussions of what he did still being felt, sorted out, etc. today?
When you think of Kansas City still, there's the Troost Avenue, which everyone kind of in the Kansas City area kind of recognizes as like a major divide between, black and white, as well as just a class divide as well. And while that's changed a little bit, arguably, in the last 10 or 15 years or so, it basically is still true today. And so when you think about, frankly, we focus a lot on housing here in this book, but when you think of a lot of the issues that plague Kansas City and a lot of similar cities, they're all sort of connected back to some of those patterns that were set, 75, 100 years ago. Like today, for instance, Kansas City really has had especially this summer, just kind of an epidemic of property crime. There was, I think, I forget the exact number, but there was dozens and dozens of cars that were stolen in July, and there was also, of course, a very unfortunate murder of a restaurant owner in August that made a lot of news in the Waldo neighborhood of Kansas City, which is on the west part of Troost. But so it's kind of led to all this talk now of where people who live in the west of Troost are now talking about these problems that have existed for 75 years, just a few blocks to the east. And and all of that is just, you can look back to this is how Kansas City was built. And the same goes for schools and everything else. And it has changed and it's improved clearly a lot, to be sure, from 60 years ago. That goes without saying. But many of the kind of systemic issues that America is still dealing with, they are traced back to these kind of earlier patterns.
And then, so obviously, you get into the Mahomes part where he's helping grow the city's reputation, etc. That's kind of echoing a little bit some of what the black players of the 1960s Chiefs did. How would they, Bobby Belster, Mike Garrett, and some of the players, how do they affect change, or how are they a catalyst for slowly changing some of these things in the city?
Or you want to the Chiefs, they come to the Kansas City in 1963. They were, the Dallas Texans. And when they got to Kansas City, Kansas City was not necessarily like a Jim Crow South kind of town, right? They had a different kind of reputation, more Midwestern, but a lot of the same things were in effect there.
Almost instantly, when the Chiefs came, there was some impact because, there was this story of they had a training camp in Liberty, Missouri at that time, for instance, and when some players, I think Bobby Bell among them, they weren't allowed into it was a restaurant or soda fountain type of thing. Almost immediately, Liberty, they changed their laws so that couldn't happen anymore. But with housing, it was just way trickier, right? very close to the end, and then like the broker would be like, oh, can't do it. And it was obviously just clear discrimination, even though by that point, those restrictive covenants I was talking about earlier, those essentially became, those were outlawed more or less by like 1949, 1950, but it was just still like these unofficial kind of like real estate steering methods. And so eventually, there was just a really, a white family who helped Bobby Bell as like, through some sort of process, and he got a home finally, and some other chiefs started moving out to Johnson County as well, and they weren't the first black residents of Johnson County, but they were among the first, and it really kind of did lead to some, I think, at that time the laws were also changing to like, so discrimination would be harder, but nevertheless, it was, like I said, it was still going on, and they really kind of changed the complexion of Johnson County.
A very brief story in the book about Gail Sayers, which one of my favorite little nuggets, not a throwaway nugget, but it's a brief thing. What was his connection to the Chiefs? It was kind of a microcosm of the issues the city was facing at the time.
I think that was like the most like astonishing little detail that we found, like, because it was just like this old article from like the Kansas City Times or the Star from like the 60s, where another Chiefs player, Curtis McClinton, who was also at Canton, I think he grew up in Wichita, and so Gail Sayers was, everybody knew he was going to be like the top pick of the draft, or among the top picks of the draft. He was this incredible running back for KU, and there was still the AFL and the NFL, and so like it was like the Bears picked him in the NFL, but the Chiefs wanted him in the AFL. And one of the reasons, according to Curtis McClinton, why Gail Sayers decided to go to Chicago was that he knew he would not be able to find an adequate place to live in Kansas City, and so that was that. He went to Chicago.
So let's fast forward a few decades, just to kind of set the stage for the Mahomes era, we'll just call it. Where was Kansas City, say 20, 25 years ago, on the national stage? Just kind of where was it as a city? Because when you guys were growing up and such, where was it at that point?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, one of the things that we loved about Kansas City was thinking of how Kansas City was sort of a symbol for like lots of cities around the country. And so like, I think, in the 80s and 90s, cities across the country they suffered through white flight, lots of, economic issues in the 80s. And I think growing up in Kansas City in the 90s, it was, there's a great story in the book that we tell about Mayor Sly James, who, before he was mayor, was an attorney, and he bet a fellow attorney, what was it, $100? Or I don't know how much the money was. Yeah. He bet a fellow attorney $100 that he would walk across downtown Kansas City completely naked at like 5 p.m. and that nobody would see him. And his story may be slightly apocryphal. We don't know if he actually ever did this, but he claims he did. There's no way to disprove it because nobody was there. So the point being that Kansas City was essentially a big donor, right? It was all around the middle. There was very little. Nobody really lived downtown. People worked there, but they left at 5 p.m. It was sort of a ghost town after 5 p.m.
Like downtown, it just wasn't even on anyone's radar. Like, truly, no matter where you lived, and if you lived like just south of Crown Center, which was pretty close to downtown, nobody cared. It didn't matter, Like this was like, I really wish I remembered this statistic. I didn't find this in the book, but for another story I was working on since then, like, so Kansas City, one thing that was cool about its downtown, I guess, but also depressing in the 80s and 90s, is that it was like the capital for haunted houses. There was like 7 or 8 haunted houses in downtown Kansas City, and then nothing else.
Lots of space. Okay, so to continue with the Mahomes part, get a little more football centric. Read a few quotes that you have in the book. This sounds crazy now, but Mahomes was hardly a slam dunk, home run, touchdown, whatever prospect during the draft. You write that ESPN's Tom McShay said this is entirely on too many open targets because of the cancer all over the place. NFL Network's Mike Mayock, their draft analyst, had the 4th best quarterback in the draft behind Deshaun Watson, Mitch Trubisky, and Deshaun Kaiser. And the NFL Draft Advisory Board, which roughs out where players may go to help them make decisions, had him as a second rounder in a mess. So all that to say, the Chiefs traded up from 27th, I think, to 10th to get him. What did Brett Veach and John Dorsey and Andy Reid see in him to convince themselves that he was worth that price?
Yeah, so there's a couple of interesting things. So, Patrick Mahomes, he grew up outside Tyler, Texas, in White House, Texas, but wasn't a full-time quarterback until his, really senior year of high school, into his junior and senior year of high school. So he was new to the position. He goes to Texas Tech. He was a great high school quarterback, player of the year in Texas, but also not really recruited because he was so kind of late to the position.
Three-star recruit.
Yeah, right. So, but he, goes to Texas Tech, puts up huge numbers. But I think for a number of reasons, he was still doubted. So, Texas Tech had a lot of quarterbacks who put up huge numbers, and they're kind of spread, air raid offense. None of those quarterbacks had been successful. Kingsbury, Grant Harrell, none of them had success in the NFL. So I think teams in the NFL were skeptical about the Texas Tech factor. Texas Tech didn't win a lot of games because their defense was frankly really bad when Patrick Mahomes. So I think people doubted, okay, how good could this guy be? They're not even winning, at the college level. And lastly, and this is true, was that he really did kind of have horrible mechanics. His footwork was sloppy, his arm angles were all over the place. If you watched him, just from a pure fundamental perspective, you're thinking, it's pretty rough, it's pretty ugly.
It did look like you were Peyton Manning, classic runback.
Yeah, he looked, you had to kind of imagine and be a little bit more creative in what he could be because the mechanics were so rough. But, what's interesting is that Brett Veach, the general manager of the Kansas City Chiefs, he looked at, the horrible mechanics which existed. He looked at all of that, and then he said, well, he's still completing 66, 67% of his passes. So, if his mechanics are so terrible, what's going to happen when we fix them? And so I think they looked at the traits that he had, the gifts that he had, and focused on those and thought, well, if we give him to Andy Reid and put him put good players around him, how good can he be? And so I think they looked at it from that more perspective than focusing on the negatives, which obviously a lot of people were doing. And all those quotes about where he was, when he entered the draft, he was only at Texas Tech for 3 years, so he was young going into the draft compared to some quarterbacks. And he, he skyrocketed up the boards during the draft. I think the Sports Illustrated called him kind of the draft scheme plot test.
Right.
To kind of see what you wanted to. But when he entered the draft, I think there was a lot of doubts. But I think he proved a lot of people wrong during the pre-draft process.
Anything you want to add to that?
I just think that another thing that stands out about why the Chiefs wanted him is similar to Rustin was saying, with seeing the sort of positives or the negatives, which makes it sound really corny and basic, but kind of true, is that also Andy Reid is known for being pretty open-minded, and most I think NFL teams now don't just have some regimented sort of kind of playing style that they go by, but Reid in particular was known for being much more flexible and tailoring his system to the gifts of his players. And so in that sense, they were able to look at the Eaglebot and be like, well, we'll shape him, based on on his gifts, rather than just throwing him in here and expecting him to do what we always do.
Why else is that such a good marriage? The Reid Mahomes thing. I feel like so much of quarterback success is finding the right system or coach or whatever. This is obviously a great marriage. Why else is that working out?
Well, I mean, the simplest thing is that Andy Reid is the kind of coach who's
perception of Kansas City has changed over the past, just in the Mahomes era especially. Obviously, there's a little more to it over the last 20 years, but the Mahomes era specifically, how has that affected Kansas City's reputation nationally?
I think people do know Kansas City more than they used to. When I was, growing up in like the 90s, like I just remember just getting excited, like there was like, this is just so stupid, but there was like this Ja Rule music video and someone with like a background dancer was like a Kansas City hat, and it was like, oh my God, Kansas City on the national stage.
Nobody exists.
Yeah, exactly. And now, Kansas City's everywhere because of Mahomes. Obviously somewhat because of the Royals' success a few years ago, but also just because of things like barbecue. When I lived in Philadelphia, like more than once I ran into a couple people and I'd say, oh yeah, I'm from Kansas City. They'd be like, oh yeah, I went there for a whole weekend, just to like have a barbecue and check out the city and whatnot. So like, I think the things that Kansas City used to be almost self-conscious about, like its sort of cowtown roots and being like this smaller place of nice people are attractive now. In addition to the fact that like Mahomes has put the city on a whole other level.
Yeah, I think kind of maybe a difference. I saw, the Kansas City Star recently did this story that said, and this is not the book, this is more recent, but that last year Kansas City had more tourists than they've had in its history, and I might be getting that stat wrong.
Something like that.
So more people. What I find different is that I think Kansas City sort of used to be this sort of hidden gem, like if you know kind of thing, where it's like, oh yeah, like it's really much nicer than you would think, like kind of mentality. Whereas now I think people like they want to know, like they know how special it is. I was actually at a work event last week in New York, and I was talking to a guy who lives in Los Angeles but was in New York for work. He was a PR guy, he was asking me where I was from, and I said Kansas City, and he's like, oh, that's interesting. He's like, aren't there a ton of comedians from there? And I was like, yes, there are. Let me tell you all about Paul Rudd, Jason Sudeikis. But anyways, so I think there's more of a, it's not just like a hidden gem anymore. It's just
More awareness.
Yeah.
And how did I feel like, I lived in Connecticut for 10 years, so I saw some of this too. I feel like the Chiefs' success is translated nationally more than the Royals. What do you think the difference is between those things? It's just as far as from the kind of the city perception perspective.
Football is a more popular sport is probably the biggest reason. I think the other one is that it is the fact that there's Mahomes. Like he and Travis Kelce, obviously, like those are two true Hall of Famers. And in the case of Mahomes, could potentially become like the Michael Jordan of football if his career continues to kind of go the way that it has. So and whereas the Royals that was such an amazing team, but they were also going into the Mets, and so therefore like the New Yorkers were like, they were.
I lived through New York talk until they lost and then disappeared.
Mark sort of mentioned this, but I don't think you can sort of underestimate how culturally significant the NFL is in America. We can talk about that for like another hour, but it is like football is America's pastime now, and so I think there's something different about the attention on the NFL.
How do you think Mahomes is changing as the city, like in the city itself? So obviously to go back to what Chiefs players in the 60s battled from a discrimination, housing standpoint, whatever. Mahomes isn't fighting those same battles, but us as a black quarterback, he is advancing different things in different ways. How does he kind of have that social impact on the city?
I think Mahomes has had a pretty low-key, but not insignificant kind of impact. 4 years ago, of course, and this is in one of the chapters of the book, was like all the protests after the murder of George Floyd, and Mahomes, along with some other NFL players, they made a video which then led to Commissioner Roger Goodell being like, all right, we'll let you guys protest. And I think that Mahomes was the key component in that because he had just won the Super Bowl and was already at that point basically the most popular player in the NFL. And so then, flash forward to now, and in that same year, he also, donated a lot of money to this park on the east side of Kansas City, which then prompted a lot of other people to kind of want to help underinvest in parks in Kansas City, which was something that a lot of Kansas Cityans were proud his strategy with like his kind of philanthropy and whatever involvement in politics that he's going to have is like, he seeks moderation. And I actually think that that's not necessarily popular on the national level for a lot of people and for a lot of reasons, some good and bad. But I think Kansas City, I think it plays well. He's every once in a while he'll speak out about something that he hears. Other times, for instance, I'm sure there are some people who would have loved to hear, does he like Trump or not? After Brittany Mahomes was kind of the news for that, and he didn't say anything, but he gives like these very diplomatic statements that I actually find to be genuine coming out of him.
Yes, I think the things he says publicly, everything is very thought out and well thought out. And I think Patrick Mahomes is a very thoughtful person. He may not always, be completely, unfiltered. I think that's partly because he's thoughtful. And that most things, that his subtleness, that thoughtfulness, I think, as Mark said, it does feel very in keeping with, Kansas City and like how people feel in Kansas City.
All right, anyone have questions they want to ask? I don't think we have a microphone, so just raise your hand and yell out or something to that effect. If you have questions. I have a few more, but questions anybody has? Hank.
I'm curious what your opinions are on the Royals moving into the city and how that would change Kansas City some, as well as what you think the Chiefs will do out in the complex out east. So some opinion and some, factual things and some prophecy.
Well, I think there's two aspects to this answer. One is a question of who should be paying for these stadiums. Whether it should be taxpayers or the billionaires that own the team. So, look, we can set that to the side. We'll acknowledge that that's an important thing to talk about too. But I do think that the Royals moving downtown could have some benefit to Kansas City. Maybe not an economic or a financial benefit, but still could offer something. I think baseball is a sport that oftentimes thrives in kind of urban environments and city environments. And if they can find the right site, I think that makes sense to me. Where the Chiefs end up, that's a great question. I think it's gonna, come back to the first thing we were just talking about, who's gonna pay for it and where's it gonna go. But obviously with football, you don't want to be in. I think they don't want to be in the middle of Kansas City. They want to be somewhere with a big parking lot. So whether they stay at Arrowhead or move to the Legends on the Kansas side, what do you think?
I think that the Royals are probably going to end up at this newer site they've been talking about, which is also probably the best possible decision at this point. And that site is near Crown Center. It's like this park, Washington Square Park, is what it's called. So Washington Square Park, which is like 20th grade or something. And it's a really good. I think it's actually a perfect spot for a stadium because it's really pretty underdeveloped there. The original place that they proposed in April that failed as bad as anything can possibly fail. That was just no one wanted it there. It was gonna kind of ruin the vibe of the Crossroads. There was not gonna be any parking whatsoever. It was just a complete impromptu, really, really bad plan. And so, the voters spoke. And I think that also the Royals and, frankly, the politicians, particularly in Kansas City, not so much Jackson County, Missouri, but in the city, they're devising a way so that there won't have to be a vote, which means that they'll be able to set aside, some amount of money, basically, to give them the boost to stay in Kansas City. And I do think that will happen. I would be very surprised if it didn't. The Chiefs are more of a wild card. I can see it going either way. They've been on
shops and that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if that actually happens.
I'll add also from reporting, just like my experience. That's nice. It's very nice for Topekans to just be able to zip to Royal Stadium. It's right off the highways, very easy to get to. There's also something for, I've talked about Colorado, or if the Nationals Park this summer for the first time, where there are these restaurants and all these things around, and it's kind of nice to do whatever, go eat there before or after, or see something like that. So, well, as much as I would hate to see Kaufman go, because it's the stadium I grew up with.
And
I
still,
can
it's
see the
still
upside.
a stadium, like that's the thing, and probably if Major League Baseball's like revenue type of sharing rules were different, then I don't think the Royals would move, because it is a really nice stadium.
I will say I have like friends who work for the Royals, and they say the concrete, it's 50 years old, and it wasn't designed. There's some, there's some technical reason behind it.
I don't know if I actually, I don't know.
I don't know, they say things will be, things like that. You don't see as a fan.
It has cancer, according to the major reports. Shockingly, Arrowhead Stadium is not inside.
There's something about, I can't remember, something about like the pipes. I mean, it's from the pipes at Royals Stadium are inside the concrete, and Arrowhead's not, something like that.
It's expensive to keep up.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it feels wrong to get rid of it. It seems like a nice thing to do to see on the outside. Other questions? Yes, sir.
I'd like to get a little bit of a timeline from the time you came up with the idea. I know you're both working, and how you found time to do the book and how long it took. And then secondly, Paul, if you give us a little bit of your background.
Sure. Yeah, you guys go first.
Yeah, so the idea that we first had was in like 2020, like August or September, right about the time the Chiefs were going to start their new season after winning the Super Bowl. And so then we worked on a proposal for roughly a year until fall 2021, and we got a book deal. At that point, we had like a year and a half to finish it. And to do the proposal, it's like 100 pages long or ish, I don't know, maybe like 75 pages. So you have to put in a lot of work and a lot of writing and reporting to begin with. So it gives you a good jump start when you actually work on the book. But yeah, we both had 2 full-time jobs, but luckily we both work remotely. So like you kind of, figure out what you want to work on when you want to work on it. And I was able to, I didn't even have to be in a geographic location for my job, so I came to Kansas City all the time to do reporting and everything else.
Yeah, when you have 2 people, it does make things easier. I don't think I could have done this book and work at the same time without having 2 people. And then the other thing people have always asked is, writing a book can be kind of a lonely experience, right? Especially if you're doing it by yourself. Well, most people do it by themselves. But you don't know if something's good. You don't have any immediate feedback. It's months and months before anybody will look at something that you've written. And so having a writing partner kind of solves that problem too. So it's kind of enjoyable. I would recommend if you're gonna write a book, find somebody else to do after work.
I have a follow-up question on that before I get to the other aspect of your question. What were the mechanics of co-writing a book? Meaning just literally how, just from talking to you, it doesn't sound like you did just the Mahomes and you did just the Kansas City history. Just what are the mechanics of, is it a giant Google document share? How do you do that just from the mechanical standpoint?
Yeah, we had a pretty thorough kind of outline, and it changed over time, but roughly speaking, there was about 30 chapters in there, and we sort of just divided by chapter, and we shared some of the research, and we would share notes that way too, but essentially one person would write a chapter and then send it to the other person, and then they would maybe give an edit and then send it back, and really that's kind of how the process went. One person would kind of take control of the chapter, but then through that editing process, I think it helps kind of make it so it's not, it doesn't seem weird. It doesn't sound like, one person wrote this chapter and this chapter feels totally different. It kind of, everything feels like it was kind of written by one person or one voice, if that makes sense.
And then to answer about my background, I was born and raised here in Topeka, went to Care Paravel, graduated way back when, and then went to Wheaton College in Chicago, came back here, worked in media for 5 years at WAW, the Capital Journal, Fox 43, and they worked out at ESPN for 10 years. And then moved back almost 6 years ago, worked for a sports analytics company that makes websites for teams and also does TV research. Other questions? We have a few minutes left. All right, I'll ask you, if we're about a year out from launching, since then the Chiefs have won the Super Bowl, and maybe even bigger, Taylor Swift is whatever she is with the Chiefs now. So are you going to write a sequel, or I guess really just, what have you seen in the last year that is, you know, if you were to do an addendum to the book now, that would go into that?
Well, we certainly would, I wish Taylor Swift's name was in the book. That would have been like, and we missed that. Yeah, this is a funny story. Mark is actually the one who ended up sending the email, but last year when that story was happening, we found out they were dating. Mark emailed Taylor Swift's PR person and said, we have this book about the Chiefs, like, we think Taylor would love it, can we send her a copy? We never heard back.
You have to take a shot. Just like that, that's good, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. And you know, I wish Tree Payne is the name of that public. I wish that would be her attitude. So, well, I do think that, yeah, we would certainly have to have like this, you know, maybe it's just like how they're in their sort of like true star era now. Like, I mean, Taylor Swift coming all the time. Like, what I would have loved to do is frankly like report out that first game she came, which was about almost exactly a year ago now, when they played the Chicago Bears, and it was a complete shock to everyone. And she was in that suite, and they kept showing the suite, and it was frankly just her. I think maybe you know, Travis's mom, and maybe like an agent or a friend of Travis's, but then it was just like regular. I mean, not regular people, like, you know, people who are wealthy probably, but like we were talking, we were like, why did the Kansas City Star not like just reach out to dozens of people who were connected to the people who were in that suite? And like, I would love to just do a chapter that more or less does that, and then does that as a way to get into like the phenomenon of Taylor Swift in Kansas City. And frankly, on a much more serious note, though, you know, because our book, you know, we did get a lot of the housing and the divisions of the city that I was talking about. I mean, we do talk about crime a bit in there, but like, you know, obviously there was the shooting at the Super Bowl parade, and so I think that would be, you know, a very unfortunate way of how we see, like, you know, it seems like these are separate stories, but they're really not, right? Like the housing and the Chiefs, they all overlap. The city and the Chiefs, they just continue to overlap, and so that would be something we would absolutely look into.
Any other questions? Is there anything else you want to get off your chest that we haven't talked about, or you know, things you've learned from reaction, or push the book out in the last year?
I mean, I'm really like, I think it's been wonderful how the book turned out, and most people we talked to have loved it. Sometimes I wonder if we should have emphasized more that it's more than Mahomes, and then other parts of me are like, I don't know, maybe it's still a cool looking cover, maybe people just like Mahomes. So yeah, it's one of those things where with hindsight, I don't know what we would do differently, but it's kind of like, maybe we should have marketed it differently. I don't know.
Yeah. The only funny thing I would say was, you know, when you become a professional sports writer, you sort of notice you're not really a fan anymore.
Right, change things.
You kind of lose that fandom, and so, but when we were working on this book, you know, selfishly, like, you want the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl, you know, like, man, that would be such a better story. So when, you know, watching like the Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl, which I was actually at, covering the game, but like, you know, I was in the press box and just like, please.
For the story.
Yes, exactly. And like,
and it's your story, so you're looking for it.
I know, you never root for a team harder than when you have a book coming out about it. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, in research we would call it for the note.
Yeah.
I think it's a great stat if the Royals can win this game, or we can get one more hit or pass whatever it is. We would always call that. Hey, we wouldn't really care what happens as long as your guy gets hit or home run or whatever.
Yeah, because now, I mean, I love that the Chiefs keep winning Super Bowls, but now I feel like I don't need to care.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm sort of on that same path, but it's also from like, I mean, I still cover sports, but I cover more like, you know, business and other things too. So I am still more of a fan you know, Mahomes never wins another one, whatever. They've already won 3, and it's just exciting to just watch him and to see Taylor Swift in the press box. It's all you can ask for, or a stadium suite, I should say. A press box would be hilarious.
That would be good. You guys can video that.
Yeah.
See what happens there. All right, if there are no more questions, we can wrap things up. You can talk to Russ and Mark out in the lobby, you can buy a book, they can sign your book, etc. Thanks everyone for coming.
Thank you.
Ozark Stories. His short stories appeared in a variety of publications, including the New Yorker, little pause there, the Missouri Review, the Chicago Tribune, the Arkansas Review, and Sixfold. John, thank you for being on the panel. To my immediate left was Alec Grecian, who is the New York Times bestselling author of The Yard and its sequels, The Black Country, The Devil's Workshop, The Harvest Man, and Lost and Gone Forever, as well as the contemporary thriller, The Saint of Wolves and Butchers, and the ebook, The Blue Girl. He's also written multiple award-winning graphic novels, including Proof and Rasputin. I'm Max McCoy, I'm a Kansan, and I've written some books. So I'm ready to get on with the conversation, and I want to talk about Red Rabbit and Oklahoma Odyssey just a little bit before I ask questions of our authors here, because I was really engaged in these. These are novels about journeys in the borderlands, the border between reality and fairy tale, life and death, salvation and damnation, the frontier west, and the modern imagination. Red Rabbit is a peasant folktale, I think, set in the 1870s in not quite Kansas, informed by popular Victorian literature and drenched in blood. But really, it's a story about family and belonging. Oklahoma Odyssey is a thoroughly researched anti-Western set in the very real Kansas of the 1890s. Both novels, however, are shot through with references to literature and books, and these books hold a very special power in very different worlds. So, with that, let's get on to our conversation. And I'm going to have a softball question at first, and we'll move on to the harder questions in the Jeopardy round. And I'm going to start with John. John, what drew you to write Oklahoma Odyssey?
I'm sorry, what?
What drew you to write? What was it that propelled you to write this novel?
Well, one genesis was I used to go down to my cabin on Lake Stockton, Missouri, from Kansas City. And on the way down there, you get way out in the boondocks, and there was this little town called Jericho Springs. And I thought, that town belongs in the Western. You know, I mean, it's just perfect for a Western.
And like, oh, sorry. Did you hear me? Okay. And then the other thing is I heard Don Goldsmith talk a long time ago. I love Don Goldsmith, but he, of course, gone from us now. But he gave a talk on how Kansas history is American history. And there's just so much that happened here. You know, the Civil War, of course. And the land leaps out did for me, because I read a book by Jim Kuchelgaard when I was a kid, a little YA novel about the land run in the 1893 land run into the Oklahoma outlet, or the Cherokee outlet, rather. And those kind of percolated around, and that's where it came from. Okay, thank you. Alex, same question there.
I'll answer if you answer about your newest book.
Sure.
It actually, Red Rabbit sort of rose out of my son's hatred for Westerns. I love them, but he didn't like them at all. So I kept trying to show him Western movies that he might enjoy, and he didn't enjoy any of them. Until we got to Magnificent Seven. So, you know, I started thinking about the Magnificent Seven and how maybe I could make another Western that my son would like. It basically rose from sort of pondering what if the posse had been duped and what they were going there to eradicate wasn't really bad at all.
thanks. What brought me to write American Odyssey? I don't know. I'm kind of a twisted individual, and I think that twisted in a sense of like Alex said, I don't write traditional westerns. American Odyssey is a complicated story about the fur trade era, and I was fascinated by the idea of an outsider in every way that you can think of, and that's my main character. And short answer is I'm compelled to write, I think. So and also I'm an unreliable narrator, so there's that moment. So I like verses, sure. Authors, were there any real people or real places in which served as either inspiration or actually the material that you put into the books?
Yeah, quite a bit. I mean, the town of Jericho Springs, mythical Jericho Springs in Kansas, is actually based on Coastal, Kansas, which is north of Newton, about 10 miles, and that's a Mennonite site. I mean, the book has got a lot about Mennonites in it. And I went to the church there, and to the Pioneer Festival, and the wonderful Mennonite Museum there in this small town. And I went to Caldwell, Kansas, which is down on the state line. It was a major jumping off point for the last run, or the 1893 run into the Oklahoma outlet. Many others. I drove all over the Osage County, which is close to where I live in Oklahoma, and spent a lot of time going down back roads and piecing out, the geography and walking down along by the Arkansas River or Kansas River, whichever it is, and getting the geography right, so that when one of the characters is rushing down through Oklahoma, I'm describing things where I've been, like the Kaskaskia River is like, I walked along the banks. It's famous for being undrinkable water and having a lot of catfish in it. So that stuff all comes from being there.
My first 5 books were set in Victorian England, and I've never been there. Nobody has. Nobody allowed. So my 6th book was set in Kansas, and I scouted western Kansas and northern Kansas, and really ended up with too much material for that book. And so for Red Rabbit, I included, there's a couple cowboys in it who are going to Nicodemus, Kansas, which you've probably heard of. It was a black settlement. I like Kansas history. And they get sort of sidetracked before they can get there. So my next book starts in Nicodemus. So I can actually include more about Nicodemus that I was able to in Red Rabbit. Also, there's a place here in Topeka at Fort Meade Park that's at Old Prairie Town, where they've taken some buildings from around Kansas and sort of grouped them there, moved them there, that are historical. And there's a Wells Fargo wagon there. So I visited there trying to get little pieces of history that I might be able to include in Red Rabbit, and took some pictures of the Wells Fargo coach, and I needed my characters to be able to move faster than they were going. They have a little girl with them, and I'll just steal that red Wells Fargo wagon and stick it in my book. So my editor calls us the Red Coach Clan. My agent and editor, me, and the assistant editor were all the Red Coach Clan because of that. Which, right.
And also in your book, you have a book within a book that you invent terms of what would have been popular during that time, and Wilkie Collins, for example, The Woman in White. Can you talk about how big of an influence that authors like Wilkie Collins and others were on Red Rabbit?
Yeah, the Victorian writers were a big influence on me through my whole life. And I think the earliest things I read were Sherlock Holmes, and graduated to Dickens and Wilkie Collins. Dickens is a huge influence on me. So, like I said, my first 5 books were set in Victorian England, and one of the characters in those books becomes a writer. She starts out as a housewife, as most women did back then, and becomes a writer over the course of those 5 books. And so I include her books, her fake books. I wrote little snippets of those for those novels in all my novels. So there's sort of a through line, no matter what or where my books are set. Her books follow along, and a character is reading one in every book. So there's another fake book in Red Rabbit.
Nice. And sticking with you, Alex, just for a moment, do you believe in witchcraft?
Not per se, not the way I write it here. I have met practitioners of witchcraft that I do think has its benefits, but not uprooting trees and throwing them at people.
Okay, thank you. And John, a question for you. Geography is such an important part of your book, and you do your research really well, and I've been to most of the places you talk about. I've lived in many of the places, and I'm curious as to how you approach the writing about place, which you do so well. Some writers do it well, some writers do it indifferently. You do it really well, and it's more than just accurate reporting. I know you've been to those places, but how do you capture the soul of a location so well?
Well, most of the places I describe are rural, and I grew up on a farm, on several farms, and we were always very close to that land. We were not, my folks were poor farmers, and, we were big ag. So, we know the field, and we know the rocks, and we know the trees, and it just comes naturally to me. Just build it up piece by piece, and you kind of inhabit it, it's you. And that's how I approach geography. If I go to a place where the geography is unfamiliar, I get out and walk around, sit in the sun a little bit, and drive by the creek, walk along the creek. And it's mostly rural. I'm trying to think if there are, there's Kansas City in the book too, is portrayed. And I did that. I lived in Kansas City for a long time, so I just kind of regressed. What was it like? Was Troost Avenue there back then? And yes, it was. Yeah, it was an important street. And what was it like in the bottoms? Was it stinking, dirty, filthy, covered with soot? And, just imagine it, try to portray it, that's all. So, don't even try it.
And also, John, your protagonist in this is Hughley, for Ulysses, is a Mennonite who is also a whiskey runner in Kansas, and also sells rifles. And so it seems to me that the book a lot of it is a meditation on violence, the uses of violence, and the limit of, how should I say this? Well, and really about redemption. Do I have this right, or what's your take on it?
Usually as a business partly came from his father. His father's a romantic, and he's the whiskey runner. And, you know, basically he's almost an outcast from the Mennonites, but he does it all at night, the father that is, and he does it, you know, out of sight. And so, and, you know, he does other things that are very useful to the community. And Huey is not, you know, he's not really a drinker, you know, but he's a businessman. And he's got a, and that's he doesn't go down to the Oklahoma territorial border thinking I'm going to get myself a really great parcel of land. He goes down there to sell goods. He goes down there to sell horses, chickens, guns, you know, because whatever, you gotta have a rifle. So he gets his rifles from Montgomery Ford, you know, and then he makes a deal with a fellow back in Jericho Springs, the local Sharpie, to get the guns even cheaper, you know, and so, you know, he gets them in for $10 and he sells them for 14. You know, that's you, ain't it? You know, he'll sell you anything. You know, that's, and it turns, it's whiskey, yeah, it's all that too. And he's successful. He makes quite a bit of money for a 20-year-old kid.
And another one of your characters is a member of the Osage Nation, really primary character, Johnny. So tell me how you researched the Osage parts of the book and whether you had any trepidation about having a main character who was dissimilar from your own background.
People like that guy. He is, of course, half white, and the background there is that he's German, and well, not German, but French in his case. And that's kind of the theme of the book, is how the Indian and white cultures are feuding with each other, but also blending. And, you know, so in some ways, Johnny's a tormented soul, because whether he belongs in the white world or in the world of the Osage, he belongs to both, you know, and that's kind of a theme of the book. So I wasn't really bothered with I just write the story as it occurs to me. And I think it's an American story, it's everybody's story. It doesn't belong to one segment of society. And that anyone can tell it the way they see it, and if it doesn't work for the reader, well, then it doesn't. I did a lot of research. I relied on a writer called Francis Fletch, who produced an Osage dictionary. He was an Omaha Indian, the son of an Indian agent, and akin to the Osage, which and I took a lot from his writings. You know, a lot of Osage stories told in English, and you know, those are all circa about 1915, and so they're pretty close to the time of the story. And I relied heavily on his writing.
Okay, thank you. Alex, I'm going to ask you a question next, but I want you to be thinking, both of you to be thinking about this. I'm going to ask you to ask each other some questions.
Well, I have a question. I have the same question for you that you have for him.
Okay. Which is?
You have a lot of Native American lore and influence in your book. How did you go about the research for that, and how did you feel?
Much like John, I went to the best sources I could find. I talked to the best individuals I could find. I talked to members of those nations. And not only do I have First Peoples in my books, I've also written from the standpoint of women, from children. So I try to serve the needs of the story. These characters aren't me. novel sensation. Do novels about death, about gruesome and bloody things, do you think they help us confront what is waiting again for all of us?
Oh, absolutely. I think that's, horror is one of the most enduring genres. It's looked down on sometimes in some periods of history, but it always comes back. Horror movies are one of the most popular and produced. These days, I think we're fascinated by our lives are finite, and that's hard for a lot of people to come to grips with. And so, seeing that and being scared by it gives us a little bit of release, a little bit of acceptance, and we can move on with our days. So I think there's something useful and cathartic about, scaring people that we can.
One of the things I've noticed about horror writers tend to be the nicest people you could ever meet. This was true of my late friend Richard Mathis. It's certainly true of you, Alex. John, and I asked both of them if they would like to read something, a short passage from their novels. I think John does have something for us, so we'll be on.
Yeah. I'll give you a choice between two things. They're both the same length. The one is about art, and the other one is an action scene. Which would you prefer? Art. Okay. Action? Oh, looks like action wins. All right. There's quite a bit of action in the art scene, actually. Let's see what I can do here. Okay, this story. That's the art. This story is a sort of revenge story, although the character Yuli, or nickname for Ulysses, are you hearing me all right? Is a Mennonite, and he doesn't seek revenge, and he grieves for the death of his father. He worries about it, but he can't bring himself to go out and kill him. The killer is it's just a random murder. I mean, the guy is just a thug. Anyhow, the story is really three characters, 3 points of view, and they all converge in the Oklahoma outlet. But meanwhile, Yuli has some adventures at home in Jericho Springs, and he has an uncle. These are Ukrainians. They're German Ukrainians. That's the people that came to the steppes of Kansas because of religious persecution and because the Tsar wanted the young men to go into the army, and they don't want to do that. So they migrated to around Newton, Kansas, and other places. And one of these immigrants is Helmut Kreidler, who's Yuli's uncle. And Yuli comes over in a wagon to see his aunt and his uncle on the anniversary of their wedding. And he comes there, and his aunt is out in a nice new outfit because they're going to go out to eat, but she's fretting and worried because Helmut has gone out to see on these sheep on a hillside, and he hasn't come back. So Yuli just turns the wagon and races down between the two cultivated fields towards this little place on the hillside where he suspects his uncle is, and sheep are. He set the brake and crept up on the shed. He didn't hear whippoorwills or owls, and his skin purpled with apprehension. Uncle Helmut Kreidler,
His face seemed wrong, as if an imposter lay at his clothes, but then Yulee understood that the face was swollen, or perhaps covered with mud. He knelt. "Uncle," he whispered, and shook Helmut. He lifted his uncle's muddy hand and thought he felt a pulse. The breeze carried a metallic, acrid smell. Yulee recalled butchering day and lifted his head. He made out dark spots on white, the blood-streaked carcasses of the 2 dead sheep, and yellow-green eyes hovering above them. Those eyes caught the sun's dying rays and glowed red. Yulee shivered as if in the presence of a demon. He half stood trying to identify the dark shape behind the eyes. He wanted to fit the image into that of a wolf, but it wasn't a wolf. He licked his lips. Blood thumped at his temples. It was a mountain lion. Most days he carried marva, but he killed a groundhog yesterday as it feasted on peas, and the rifle lay on his kitchen table to be cleaned and oiled. He remembered a pitchfork in the feed bin, but feared that if he moved, the beast would spring. Now Helmut's hand he made out, near now Helmut's hand he made out a shovel, which apparently Helmut had tried to use. He reached for it without taking his eyes from the cat, and with the other hand turned Helmut on his back, gasping when his fingers dragged over the sticky blood. Again he thought he pulled a pulse, holding the shovel so that he could quickly turn with it. He reached for his uncle's collar and pulled him several inches through the gate. Then the mountain lion coughed and bent into a long body, low like a horse stretches. Down the grade, Maud and Gertie snorted in alarm, and then the lion sprang. Yulee swung a shovel at the animal's head, deflecting it, but the lion's thick paw hit his head like a 9-pound hammer, and its claws pierced his heavy shirt as they reached downward. The cat twisted in the dim air, a massive gray thing, yowling like a barn tom. Yulee staggered back, braced, and lifted the shovel again. His head didn't feel right. Let out all the air, he thought, trying to make a joke to himself. The cat screamed so shrilly it was like a blow to his ears. Yulee licked his lips and swallowed. Blood and swallowed. Blood ran from under his hair, but he couldn't attend to it. This time, when the cat left, Yulee stepped back simultaneously, swinging the shovel like a baseball bat, aiming for the animal's head with the blade edge. He heard teeth crunch, but still the cat reached Yulee with his claws raking down his thigh, stabbing his knee. He cried out. He knew he was hurt. He braced for another leap, but the cat streaked through the fence, screeching at what seemed like betrayal. With its long body poised on the top rail, it hissed and looked back, but through only one red eye, slitted with a dark pupil. "You had enough?" Yulee screamed. "You had enough?" His bravado lasted only an instant. He fought for breath, a heavy, desperate sound on the quiet hill. He drew out his bandana and wrapped it around his head. He sweated in the cold air and shook with chill. He was fading and knew he was hurrying. He dragged Helmut through the gate with strength he didn't know he had, and loaded the limp body onto the wagon, crying now because he couldn't tell, with all the dragging and pushing and bumping, how much damage he did to Helmut. "Uncle," he whispered, "Uncle." He pulled himself up to the wagon seat, almost losing his balance. One leg couldn't take his weight. He felt a bone give, and he nearly blacked out. He discovered he turned the wagon around and found the crop lane again. He snapped the reins, and Maud and Gertie stepped out in their awkward crowd. "I love you," he murmured, and he might have meant his horses, Helmut, Jenny, or the starry night. He thought wolves rattled alongside the wagon, dark, fluid shapes that made no sound, but every wolf had been killed. He slumped backward on the seat and lost the reins.
They buried the girl next to her mother on the first warm day of spring. I think it's really cool. Alex, I have a question. Has your work as a graphic novelist, has that influenced your bound fiction in this way, your longer fiction?
Yeah, I would say so. When you're writing a graphic novel or a comic book, you have to think very visually because you're writing for the artist to draw it. So whatever's in your head, you have to make sure it's very clear so that you don't get something different back than what you intended from the artist, unless the artist has a better idea than you do chop and hammers, because that's their job. But it's also, so that does help to be able to think visually and hone that a little bit. I hope I can. But also, there's a pacing issue. Graphic novels usually, the kind that I write most of it, come out in chunks. They're serialized. And so you have 20 pages to tell a chunk of a story, usually 6 issues to tell the entire story. So you've got 120 pages. And so you have to think in terms of keeping the reader's attention and making them come back. So each issue is a chapter, and you have to end it so that hopefully a month later, the reader will come back and remember and want to keep reading. You also have to, there are lots of little tricks, like you have to end each page in an intriguing way so that they just go to another thing. So I think that sort of seeped into me when I was doing that and made me write in short chapters and try to make things intriguing enough to keep you reading and not give up and go read something like you guys instead.
So, do you have questions for each other? Yes, questions for one another.
Yeah, I was wondering about, there's this great scene in your book where the truth, and there's this terrible forest where all the people are hanging dead. And it says, you can't stop doing it, it's holding. And I was wondering if you were thinking of something else in literature, because it kind of has a Homeric people would, but they didn't work out at all, you know, they were just trips, you know, they didn't stay with the physical ways. So, it comes from, they came from all over, I went over there and go to church, and spent some time over there talking to people. But I'm not that I had faced even more conservatively in the city of Godfrey, so, yeah. But I can tell they are.
I love when you find old journals and things like that.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
they're the best, they're the best.
Okay, time for the lightning round. Favorite 3 living authors? Yeah, John?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I like him too.
I really like it. I didn't know what to tell. Well, I like, now, Pam, who's that guy that, you know, that wrote the book about the kid and the, Tarantino or Gabriel or Gilbert Sorgino. I like him a lot. I've read several of his books, and he's still living, I think. The last book of the living author I read was Barbara Kingsolver's take on David Copperfield, which I don't really remember the title. But it's an awfully good book. I enjoyed it. And I know the living author. Oh yeah, well, there's some regional authors. I read about the Ozarks a lot. And so I'm reading a book by Steve Yates. I don't know what it's called. I just started reading it. Something about Southern Hills. It's set in Springfield, Missouri. And it's very well written. It's about some high school kids and just before COVID hits, and COVID hits. So it's about that. And then, you know, a host of Ozark writers. I read, you know,
Western was the 1950s. And I guess it depends on how you define a Western, and I think that our authors here have done a good job of talking about their approach to the Western. But in terms of the classic formulaic Western, that was the 1950s. The Western, I think, goes through a regeneration once about every 20 years. And we may be on the cusp of that again. I think Dances with Wolves was one of those high points, if you remember. This tends to be driven by movies more than anything else, more than actually the books, because Dances with Wolves, the book, didn't have much of an impact until that movie came out. So the Western is right now undergoing an intense period of re-examination, and I think that is good, because Westerns have tended not to live the examined literary life of where they're going. Right now, Westerns, there are more diverse voices in Westerns than at any time since they've been published, and also the definition of place of Western is being expanded. If you think of the classic Western, it takes place west of the Mississippi between the end of the Civil War and the beginning of the 20th century, and it usually features, well, white male cowboys. Now that definition is being stretched, not just in terms of the characters who are in the Westerns, but also in terms of what actually is the West. And I'll give you what my definition for the West is. And as executive director of Western Writers of America, I do get this asked often. But I believe the West is where the frontier is. So anywhere that you can identify a frontier, that is the West. And in these examples, we've got frontiers between the living and the dead, or in the case of John Moore, we have the frontier between the 19th and the 20th century. And so wherever you find a frontier, I think you will find the West. Some of the best Westerns, for example, have been set, set in Australia, or Canada, or there are Westerns that are set really east of the Mississippi. And it's not just the progress of civilization, but it's where we encounter as a species new things and have to deal with that in new ways of living. The old, and this was popular about 30 years ago, to talk about the West as a clash of cultures. And I think that oversimplifies it, because then you get into, well, okay, it's a clash of cultures. That's a nice way of saying genocide, isn't it? I mean, when you think about it a little more deeply. So I prefer to think of the West as wherever that frontier is, whether it's a geographic frontier, a cultural frontier, or a frontier Tombstone.